ब्रो क्या हो गया था यार, भाई ब्रो यार क्या हो गया था, ठीक है पता नहीं यार, मोबाइल बंद हो गया, ठीक है, इसलिए मैं कुछ कर नहीं पाया। अब मैंने फिर से मैंने लिंक भेजी आप लोगों को, ठीक है, और फिर से मैंने लाइव स्ट्रीम की है, वही किया स्टार्ट किया, बस मैंने थोड़ा सा वही कर लिया। हेलो, आवाज़ आ रही है? ठीक है, हेलो हेलो हेलो, ठीक है चलो, ठीक है ब्रो। तो मुझे वही करना था कि 110 आवर के लिए, हाँ, मगर क्या हुआ, बस वही हो गया था, क्या कहते हैं उसको, पता नहीं भाई क्या हो गया था यार, दिखा नहीं रहा था कि नहीं हो पा रहा था, मतलब हो रहा था मगर हो ही नहीं पा रहा था, ठीक है। 3 आवर 50 मिनट्स 52 सेकेंड्स तक हुआ है मेरा वीडियो पूरा, ठीक है, और सिर्फ 11 लोगों ने देखा भाई, आगे भी व्यूज़ करो यार, ठीक है। तो मगर अभी जो है वो मैंने फिर से अभी किया है, लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, तो ब्रो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में तो ज़रूर पार्ट लो यार, ठीक है। अभी भी लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग मैंने स्टार्ट कर ली, तो अभी सिर्फ एक लोग भी नहीं देख रहे हैं अभी, जल्दी भाई जल्दी लोग आओ तो मैंने स्टार्ट भी करूँ रीडिंग, ठीक है भाई। तो एक लोग आए हैं, चलो ये स्टार्ट करते हैं फिर ब्रो, चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं, अपनी रीडिंग भी स्टार्ट करते हैं। रीडिंग तो हम लोगों की चल ही रही थी, बीच में छूट गई थी, तब भी कोई बात नहीं, जहाँ हम लोग थे हमको पता है कहाँ थे हम लोग, ठीक है, हम कहाँ पे थे वो हमको पता है। तो ब्रो चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं, और टाइमर मैंने फिर से खोल दिया है, पहले मैं लिख देता हूँ, वॉट हैपेंड। ओके सर, मेरे फ़ोटो डाली आप लोगों ने, ठीक है, मेरी फ़ोटो डाली आपने, मेरा नाम भी डाल दिया आपने, ठीक है। तो मैं आपको ये बता देता हूँ, व्हाट हैपेंड का आंसर मैं दे देता हूँ, क्या हुआ था ज़रा ये बता देता हूँ अपने व्यूअर्स को, चैट करके लिख देता हूँ, ठीक है। ब्रो नेटवर्क एरर आ गया था, नेटवर्क एरर आ गया था यार, ठीक है, नेटवर्क एरर आ गया था इसलिए मैं कुछ कर नहीं पाया, ठीक है। 2 लोग देख रहे हैं, थैंक यू ब्रो। गलती से मैं बता देता हूँ कि नेटवर्क एरर आ गया था, ठीक है, तभी मैंने लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग मेरी छूट गई थी, तो अब जब लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग छूट गई थी तो फिर से मैंने 3 आवर्स का हुआ था, सिर्फ 4 आवर्स का हुआ था, 4 आवर्स के ज़्यादा करना था, तो मैंने भी फिर से लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग की है, ठीक है। तो ओके ब्रो, लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो गई है, जल्दी से पार्ट लो सब लोग, स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो जल्दी से स्टार्ट करते हैं अब हम लोग अपने रीडिंग, ठीक है, जो रीडिंग हो रही थी हम लोगों की, जो बीच में छूट गई थी रीडिंग। तो अब हम लोग स्टार्ट करते हैं, अपनी रीडिंग स्टार्ट करते हैं, और भी ज्वाइन कर लो ब्रो सब लोग। 4 लाइक्स 5 लाइक्स आ गए हैं, ठीक है, एक ही लोग जी देख रहे हैं, 5 लोग देख रहे हैं अब, तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं। 2 लोग देख रहे हैं, 2 लोग देख रहे हैं, तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं अब हम लोग अपनी रीडिंग। तो रीडिंग पर्पस मैं बता देता हूँ, रीडिंग का पहले पर्पस, फिर से मैं आपको रीडिंग का पर्पस बता देता हूँ। मेरा चैलेंज है फुकरे इंसान जो फुकरा इंसान जो फैमिली है उसकी, मेरा चैलेंज है, उसने बोला था ना चैलेंज, एक वीडियो में बोला था कि जो चैलेंज है उसको बताओ, वो मेरा चैलेंज मैं उसको दे रहा हूँ कि वो ये चैलेंज पूरा करके दिखाए 110 आवर्स के लिए। वही मैं पूरा कर रहा हूँ। मेरा अगर पूरा हुआ तो मैं सक्सेसफुल होऊंगा, अगर नहीं पूरा हुआ तो मैं अनसक्सेसफुल होऊंगा। मगर अगर फुकरा इंसान कर सकता है तो करके दिखाए, ये वीडियो बनाए। अगर वो फुकरा इंसान का कोई फैमिली देख रही है तो ज़रूर देखे, और फुकरा इंसान भी ज़रूर देखे, आपके लिए ही है फुकरा इंसान ये वीडियो, ठीक है। तो चलिए हम लोग स्टार्ट करते हैं। अपना टाइमर भी मैंने पॉज कर दिया था जब तक, तो टाइमर मैंने पॉज कर दिया था, अभी स्टार्ट करते हैं। टाइमर भी मैंने स्टार्ट कर दिया है, तो लेट्स से स्टार्ट। आई वॉज अबाउट टू रन आफ्टर हिज when I felt a large hand to hold me back. It was a fireman. I had even noticed that the street had already filled with fire trust. I was trying to free myself from his grip, yelling, "You don't understand. My mother's in there." Grabbing, yelling, "You doesn't understand. My mother is in there." He held on to me, while other firefighting ran into the house. He ran he ran that I wasn't acting very firefight acting very firefight. The mom, when I was felt a large hand hold me back. It was a fireman. I hadn't even noticed that the street had already filled. "You don't understand. My mother in there." He knew that I was not acting very logically, and that is if he were to let go. I had not. I did not. He was right. It it's all right. They will get here. He he said. He wrapping a blanket around me and set me down in a car. Cool. Cool. After that, a fireman emerged from one house with my mom in tow. He quickly took her over to the truck and the pot and oxygen mask on her. I ran over and used her. All those times I ever I ever argued with her and hated her vanished at the thought of losing her. She's going to be okay, said the fireman. She just inhaled a little smoke and then he ran back to to fight to fight the fire. I did not see my cat. Where was my cat? Then all at once it hit me. The new school, the fire, my cat. I broke down in tears and cried and cried. I was suffering to lose big time. The fireman wouldn't let us go. Wouldn't let us go. There was nothing I could do about it. 5 hours later, the fire was finally out, and finally out. Our house was our house was really on the hurried to go the daddy's room. The fireman wouldn't let us go back into the house that night. It was still too dangerous, dead or alive. I could not imagine leaving without knowing about my cat. Regardless, I had to go. We pulled into the car with just the clothes of our back and a few of the fireman blanket and made our way to my grandparents' house to spend the night. The next day morning I went to house where when the fire broke out. I was still wearing the dress I had drawn to scush the morning, but I had no shoes. I had kicked them. The fireman couldn't let us go back into the house that night. It was the it was still too dangerous. The tears and the tried. The fireman couldn't let us go back into the house that night. It was too dangerous, dead or alive, I couldn't imagine. Leaving without knowing about my cat, regardless, I had to go. And a few of the firemen's we peeled into the car with just the clothes. A few of the firemen's blankets and made our way to my grandparents' house to spend the night. The next day and made our way to my grandparents' house to spend the night. The next day, Monday, I went to the school. When the when the fire when the fire broke out, I was still wearing the dress I had what I had kicked. I had kicked them out when I was doing doing my homework. They become yet another casing of the fire, so I had to borrow some tennis shoes from my aunt. Why could not I just totally embarrassed by everything? The clothes I was wearing looked wet. I had no books or homework, and my backpack was gone. I had my life in that backpack. The more I tried to fit it, the worse it got. It felt like did not want to grow up, change, or have to handle life if it was going to be this way. I just wanted to curl curl up and die. I walked around school like a zombie. Everything felt surly, and I was not sure was that was going to happen. All the security I had known from my old school. My family, my house, and my cat had all been ripped away. When I walked through what used to be my using my house after school, that day I was shocked to see how much dangerous there was, however, could not burn was destroyed by the water and the chemicals they had used to put out the fire. The only material things not destroyed were the photo album, documents, and some other personal items that my mother had managed to he, heroic serial. But my cat was gone, my heart ached for her. He had rented an apartment nearby. I go wouldn't go away over to watch them clear away debris. She was gone. I keep thinking about her and her has that vulnerable little kitchen. I in the early morning, then I would disturb her and get out for bed. She would not tag along about me, climb up my rope and cleave into my pocket to fall asleep. I was missing her terrible. And then I am going to do the Hindi speaking for the 1 minute or the 2 minute, and after that I will read the English one. Okay. Coming to take I am going to take the Hindi book. 1 second. I am back. ऐसे सुनो बता दोग दो सो रोक भैया ता सुख ताप ना होए तू करता कलर में नाही जा सो तो कभी ना होए भलिया कुलर वसिया तेरा अन्न जाए रखे रहो जात में जोत में जाता अकल पर भूल रहा अकल कला भरपूर रहा तू सच्चा साहेब से दिन कीती सो पार भैया कहे नानक करते किया बाता जो किस करना सो कर रहिया। सोदा राग ऐसा मेरा पहला एक सोदक के चित्त वाचे तेरे नाने कितने नाने कितने राग कितने आवर तुंदु आवर आज फिर तुंदु इंद्र देवती तेरे का तुंदु तुंदु सारे आवर तुंदु आवर तुंदु आवर तुंदु सारे आवर तुंदु छत्तीस आवर तुंदु फिर क्या आवर तुंदु चौस आवर तुंदु चौस आवर तुंदु कस आवर तुंदु तेरे भगत साले होए कहते गाँव से मैंने नानक की अब चाहे सोच सदा सासे सासे ने हैप्पी होती जाए रचन रंगी रंगी बातें कर देखे कितना अच्छे दिस बजाए फिर घूमना करना जाए सो पासा साए नानक रहने जाए आशा मेला पहला नानक रहने जाए आशा मेला पहला सुन बड़ा केवल बड़ा गीता होए केवल भाई ना रह जाए कहते बड़े मेरे साहिबा कहने सब सूरत मिल सब कीमत पाए ध्यान गुरु होई कह न जाए सब थियाइया सब सेता फुरका किया ढाइया। दुर्विध सिद्धि कीने न पाइया, कर्म मिले नाही आँख ठगाया, आखण वाला किया विचारे सिद्धि पर तेरे सिर भंडारा, जिसनु नाना सच आशा मैला पहला, आका जीवा विसरे आका डाको सचा नाव, साचे नाम की लागे वो उत्पीजे गाँव चले, शोक है विसरे मेरी माँ, साचा साय साच नाव बढ़ाओ अध्याय, साचे नाम की दिल बढ़ दिया, आठ टके कीमत नहीं पाए, जे सब गड्ढा ना होवे ना हो देदा रहना चुके भोग, गुड़ होए होए ना ना को हुआ ना को होए, जेवट आप जाने तेरी दाद कसम, जिन तन की कर के कीती रात कसम, विषय ते जन नाना नाम राग गुजरी मैल चौथा, हर के जन सतगुर सतगुरु हर जन के जन सतगुरु सतप्र सिर बिना करो गुर प्रास, हाँ हम कीरे किरम सतगुरु शरणाई कर दैया नाम प्रकाश, मेरे मित गुल्ले मुकर आप से गुरु मिलन, हर की पद बड़े रो रहा है जन के राग आशा मैला पहला पंजवा, काहे रे मन आके करे से सैल पतंग पर ताका रिजे को, मेरे माधव से सत्संग दे मुझे गुरु प्रसाद में सूखे का सदरिया सूखे का जन पिता को सोई न देसी गाय मन पर दिया, उठे ऊट कावे के गुस्सा तिस पाचे यम, तिस कवन करावे कवन चुगागे मन में सिर करिया, सब निधान दस अस्त सिद्धांत ठाकुर कर तरिया, तेरा अन्ना पारा वरिया राख आशा मैला चौथा, सोपुर कुआं सोपुर सोपुर निजा हर कुआं सब हर सच्चे सब्जी तुझे हर दियावे हर सतोजी सब्जी पास हमें करो आदि पूरन हो तब चंद अपना दान करो हमने दूर सभी आप आपने सुखी बसे मोर पर सेवक सुख सेव को आसे पूरन हो भाई तो बजे की रहे तुम्हें चार को जो वर चाहो से तुझे सेवक सिख हमारे तुझ काल पाए बनोगे का काल पाए सिद्धि काल पाए कर सकल काल का क्या जवन का आदन देखे सोई करो नमस्कार सकल सिकर तो से अंकुल पर घट घट के अंतर है परे बुरे की पीर चिति थी कुछ सत्तर दुख पाए थे सुख पाए साधन एक एक के पीर पे घट घट के वर्णन सेवा कर प्रजा था दे जब आग्रह करो तुम्हें बिना दे देते वजह से आप अपनी बुझे तू सभी ते रहे जानना बे निरंकार आका मुझे ताको बेना ताको कर kind of ब्रो वेलकम। आगे अब हम लोग इंग्लिश का करने जा रहे हैं, ठीक है। चलो ब्रो स्टार्ट करते हैं इंग्लिश का अब, ठीक है। इंग्लिश का स्टार्ट करते हैं। इट always seems that bad news spread quickly, and in my case it was no different. Everyone in high school, including the teacher, was aware 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 of my plight. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed. Was what a way to start off at a new school. This was this was not a school. This was a next day of a school. People were acting. People were acting even. People were acting even. The class ready for the gym class. At my locker. My locker. It was quite decisions for my family that it's so lucky to the gym asking me to hurry. Asking me to hurry, that why you are plenty of the books that you are doing like this. So we are because of the plenty, that's the magic. That's the week I was looking for. The next day of the school, there was a big table set up with all the kind of the stuff on this just for me. They had taken up a collection and bought me school supplies. Bought me the school supplies, all kinds of different clothes, jeans, tops, sweet. It was like Christmas. I was overly emotion. I was overly emotional pupil who had never spoken to me before were coming were coming to me to introduce themselves. I got all kinds of invitations of their houses. Their genius outpouring of concern really touched me. In that instant, I finally breathed a sign of refill of relief. I had friends that day. A month later, I was at new house watching them rebuilding it. But they but them but them I released my life was the same day during the same things being rebuilt. When I released my life was doing the same things while we sat there on the crib planning my new bedroom. I heard someone walk up to me from behind and say, does they does they belongs to you? When I turned around to see who it was, I couldn't believe my eyes. A woman was standing there holding the cat, holding my cat. Up, I clapped up the woman arms. I heard her. I heard her too close to and my and cried in, into that beautiful orange view. She poured
happiness happily. My friend were hugging the cat and jumping around. Appa- Apparently, my cat had been so frightened by the fire that she ran over a mile away. Her collar had a phone number on it, but a phone has been destroyed and disconnected. This wonderful woman took her in and worked hard to find a whose cat is was somehow she show his cat was loved and showed missed. As I sat there with my friends and my cat curled up in my lap, and the feelings of loss and trust seemed to distract. I felt gratitude for my life, my new friends, the kindness of the stranger, and the Lord pure of my behoved cat. My cat was back, and so was I. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The accident tourist. Of all the things I'm not very good at. Living in the real world in is her pet the most outstanding. I am constantly filled with wonder at the number of number of this that other people do without any evident difficulty that are pretty much behind me. अगर आप लोगों में से कोई भी मेरी वीडियो देख रहा है उसमें आप अगर लाइक शेयर और कमेंट कर दीजिए. लाइव चैट में मेरी लाइव चैट्स आप कर सकते हैं. लाइव चैट्स अगर करेंगे तो मुझे पता लग जाएगा कि आप लोगों में से कौन से देखना और किसने किसने देखा, और मैं गिव अवे देने में ज़्यादा सहमत रहूँगा, मतलब सही रहूँगा. ठीक है, गिव अवे सही से दे पाऊँगा लाइव चैट्स के भी जरिए. सो स्टार्टेड. आई हैव गॉन looking for the literally my particularly spectacles. Now it returning to hostel desk 2 or 3 times a day and asking what my room number is. I am in short easily comfort. I was thinking about this the last time we went in family. On the big trip. It was at Easter and we were flying to England for a week. When we arrived at Logal Airport in Boston and were checking in, I suddenly remembered that I had recently joined British Airways. Frequently flyer programming. I also remembered that I had put the card in the carry-on bag that was hanging around my neck, and here the jeep on the bag was jammed, so I pulled on it and yanked at it. On the bag was jammed, so I pulled on it and yanked has it. With Grant and the front and increasing, I harder and harder with with more grants. Well, you can guess when. What happened? Ab- The jeep gave way. The side of the back flew open. The everything within newspaper cutting and other lost papers. A 14 ounce a 14-ounce tin of pin pipe, tobacco, magazines, pass, passport, English money, films was extremely ejected over an area about the size of an tennis count. I watched drumsticks as a hundred careful shorted documents came rarely. The usually I watched drumsticks has a hundred carefully shorter documents came rarely down in a flutterly cascade coins bounced to a variety of noisy ablutions and the now lidless tin of tobacco rolled crazy across the consequence. Its concept has it went. My tobacco I cried in horror, thinking what I paid, what I would have to pay for that much tobacco in England now that another budget and come and gone. And when chanced the cry to my finger has I discovered that I had crashed my finger on the jeep and was sadly blood in a leaven manner. I am very I am not very good around blowing flowing blood generally, but when it's my own, well, I think are fully justified. Confused and unable to help, my hair went into mode. Panic mode. It was it was at into this point that my wife looked at me with an expression of wonder and anger and the anger or expression just simple wonder and said, and said my hair went into panic mode. Was shedding blood in the veiny meadow. I am very good. I'm very not good, but I am afraid it's so. I am always having catis- catastrophes when I traveled once on an aeroplane. I leaned over to tie a shoelace just at the moment someone in the seat ahead of my threw the seat back into full reliance and found myself pinned, helpless, well, I think, but I am afraid it's so. I always have catastrophes when I travel once on a aeroplane. I learned over a tie I set myself pinned. A man sitting next to me that I managed to get myself freed. On at On other occasion, I knocked a soft drink onto the lap of a sweet little lady. The flight attendant come and cleared it onto the woman again. To this day, know. I don't know how I did it. I just remember reaching out out for the new drink and watching some prop chief I have never with shake and I in between that some word that I have never heard in public before, certainly not but a run. This, however, was not my worst expression on a plane flight. My worst expression was when I was writing important thought in a notebook by socks carefully, etc. Shocking thoughtness on the end of my pen as you do and fell into conservation into an attractive young lady in the next seat. I amused her for her laps 20 minutes with a scratching or urban bonds modes leaked and navy blue and the would remain so for several days. So you will understand trust I trust when I tell you how much I achieve to the secure I would love just once in my life. In like from a dinner table without looking as if I have just extractive and extremely localized localized the car has the so for several days. Several days is the thin tongue teeth and the gum were now a strict scrub resistant navy blue and a brown. So you will understand I trust when I tell you how much I achieve to be secure. I have at various times sat on stringing gum, ice cream, cough syrup and motor oil, but it is not to be now and now on planes when the food is delivered my wife saying take the lids off the food for daddy or put your hopes up children daddy about to his cut his means of the course this is only when I am flying with my family when I am on many when I am only very quality quantity something on my hand to keep them from flying got extractive and causing liquid mischief. It's not much fun, but it does at least cut down on the laundry bills. I never did. I never did get my frequent flyer. I never get to collect anything. I first class with their air miles. I never I never get to collect anything. Must fly 1 lakh miles a year. Yet I have a- accumulated only about 112 air miles divided between 20 air 23 airlines. This is because either I forget to ask for the air miles when I check in or I remember to ask for them, but the airlines then manage not to record to ask for them and the airline them and the manager not to in the check airlines then manager not to record flight to Australia, a flight for which I was going to get about a zillion air miles. The clack shock I heard when I represented my card and told me I was not entitled to any. Why the tickets? Why the tickets is the name of B. Brisson, and the cards is in the name of W. Bison. I explained to her the close of ver- verimination table relationship between Bills and William. I could never go that long without eating. Chapter 10. The Bigger. Kind Sir. Chapter 10. Bigger. Kind Sir, have pity. Turn your attention to a poor, hungry man. For 3 days, I have had nothing to eat. I haven't five. I haven't five copracks for a for a for 3 days. I haven't five for a lodging. I swam. I swim. I swam it before God. For 8 years, I was a village school teacher, and then I lost my place through integris. It is a year now since I have had anything to do. The advocate Sergei looked at the raised flame colored overcoat of the supplied, and it seemed to him as if he had seen this man somewhere before. I have now had an offer of a position in the province of Khali. The medicate went on, but I haven't the money to get them. Help me kindly, I am ashamed to ask, but I am obliged to by circumference circum circumstances. Sergei eyes fell on the man overshoe, one of which was high and the other low, and he suddenly remembered some things. Look here, it seems to me I meet you the day before yesterday in Sadovla Street. He said, before you before you could me. You were a student who had been expelled and not a village school teacher. Do you remember? No, that can't be so, mumbled the blizzard. Mumbled the beggar, taken aback. I am a village school teacher, and if you like, I can show you my papers. Have done with lying. You called yourself a student and ever told me what you have expressed for. Don't you remember? Sergei Frust have been expressed for. So I can show you my papers. Have you have done with flying lying? You called yourself a student and even told me being expressed for. Don't you remember? Sergei and the Sergei create with an expression of disgust. This is dishonestly, my dear sir. He crashed and grillless. This is swindling. I shall send the police for you, damn, damn you. Sir, she said, laying her hand on his head. The fact is, I was laying. I am neither a student nor a school teacher. All that was factory formulas I saw sang in a Russian choir and was sent away from for drunkenness. No one will give me anything when I tell the truth. What can I do? What can I do? What can you do? You ask. You can ask. You ask what you can do. Cred. Sergey. Coming close. Coming close. But where can I find work? How would you like to chop wood for me? I wouldn't refuse to do that. But in this day, even skilled woodcutter find themselves sitting without bread. Will you come and chop wood for me? Yes, sir, yes, I will. Very well. We will soon find out. Sergei strode along, rubbing his hand. He called his cook out of the kitchen. Her Olga, he said, that take this gentleman into the woodshed and let me chop wood. The clearness of the beggar showed his shoulders as if it and the wanted trapped by his own world, was obviously toe. That his strength that been did not feel the slightness inclination for toll. Sergei hurried into the dinner room from its window one. Could see the wood shed and everything that went on the yard. Standing, Sergei saw the cook has the bigger come of the yard by the back door, unlocking the shed and the agri backs the door. Next, he saw the predator set themselves on a long and before become lost in thought, which his eyes cheered resting on his feet, the human flanks down and the X of the feet. The billet wailed and fell down. The bigger against pulled it to him, flew on the freezing hand and tapping the architecture as if Fred cut, cutting off his finger. His stuck of wood again fell the drown. Good. Later, an hour later, Olga come in and announced that was wood all been chopped. Good. Give give him half a ruble, said Sergey. If he want to, he came back, can cut wood on the first day of the each month. We can always find work for him. On the on the on the cut wood on the first day of the each month. We can al- we can always find we can always the find worked for him on the first of the month. The previous and the agate and half of rust stand on his legs. From that day on, he often appeared in the yard, and every time work was found for him. Now he would scorched the and mattered every time he chopped, set the copticals and the oven even that fortunate time when the busy what is your name? Lokov. Well, Lokov, I can now offer you some other cleanest implement. Can you write? I can. Then take this letter to a friend of mine tomorrow, and you will be having the look of. The letter came no more to the yard for the work. 2 years went. The Sergei standing at the front window. The seat noticed a cleanest cap. This This individual, the copper coins look is that you? Cried. What are you doing? How is everything with you? Alright. I am a notary now and I am paid 35 rubles a month. So I am going to take a break after 1 hour. Okay. मैंने थ्री आवर तक रीडिंग की थी, उसके बाद मैंने ब्रेक लिया था. मैंने बोला था 1 आवर के बाद ही मैं ब्रेक लूँगा. तो जब 5 आवर हो गया है, ठीक है, 1 आवर हो गया है, मतलब 1 आवर से ज़्यादा ही हो गया है, ठीक है. तो अब मैं ब्रेक लेने जा रहा हूँ. मेरे में 5 आवर हो गया, अब मैं 1 आवर हुआ हूँ क्योंकि मैंने दूसरी वीडियो बनाई थी जिसमें नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी, इसलिए मैंने दूसरी वाली वीडियो बनाई है. ठीक है, तो मैं जा रहा हूँ फिर. अब थोड़ी 5 मिनट बाद आ जाऊँगा. ठीक है, 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले रहा हूँ क्योंकि खड़े खड़े थक गया हूँ. बोलते बोलते मेरा गला सूख गया. पानी पी के थोड़ा सा आराम करके 2 मिनट में आ जाऊँगा. अभी तो मैं ब्रेक ले रहा हूँ. टाइमिंग मैंने ऑफ कर दी, टाइमर. जब मैं आऊँगा तो टाइमर ऑन करके, अभी ये वीडियो ऑन है, तो आपको अगर वीडियो अच्छी लगी तो लाइक शेयर एंड कमेंट करके बताइएगा. लाइव चैट में लिखिएगा. अगर आपको लाइव चैट में आपने लिखा तो आपको जीतने का मौका मिल सकता है. आपको 1000 व्यूज़ अगर आपका चैनल है तो 1000 व्यूज़ मिल सकते हैं हर वीडियोज़ में. हर वीडियोज़ में मतलब एक वीडियो जो अपलोडेड हो गए सबसे पहला.
या ब्रो, वेलकम्ड। सो मैं टाइमर में स्टार्ट कर लूँ फिर से, ठीक है। तो ब्रेक हो गया मेरा अभी तक, ठीक है। थैंक यू ब्रो, इतने अच्छे आप लोगों ने कमेंट्स लिखे, थैंक यू वेरी मच। हाँ यार, नॉन स्टॉप 5 डेज, बस थोड़ा बहुत ब्रेक ले सकता हूँ, जैसे भी मैंने ब्रेक लिया आप लोगों को पता ही होगा। तो कमेंट करके जैसे अपने लाइव चैट्स आपने लिखे, आप लोगों को जिसके भी चैनल से आप लोगों को 1000 व्यूज़ और उस पर गिव अवेज मिल सकते हैं, इसलिए आप लाइव चैट्स में लिखना भूलिएगा नहीं, और कमेंट्स भी करना ना भूलिएगा, ठीक है। तो बहुत अच्छे कमेंट्स लिखे, चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं, बिना टाइम वेस्ट करें। बहुत बड़ा टाइम है हम लोगों के लिए, 110 आवर्स हम लोग को चाहिए। तो अभी 5 आवर्स मेरे टोटली हो चुके हैं, ठीक है। इस वीडियो को मिला के हम नहीं बोल रहे क्योंकि उसमें मैं बोलता भी कुछ हो, ठीक है। तो मैंने वैसे मिला के जैसे रीडिंग कितनी की, 2 आवर्स हो चुके हैं, 5 आवर्स हो चुके हैं, 5 आवर्स एंड 32 सेकेंड, ठीक है, एंड 94 मिली सेकेंड। चलिए अब स्टार्ट करते हैं। रेडी गेट सेट। अरे रुकिए, पहले मैं चेक कर दूँ कौन से पेज में था मैं। यस, इसी का पहले पेज से स्टार्ट करना है। चलिए स्टार्ट करता हूँ। चलिए स्टार्ट। थैंक्स हेवन, डेट फाइन, इट्स अ डिलीग्रेटेड फॉर योर शेक। I am very happy. I am very, very glad. Look off. You see, you are my godson. In a sense, I gave you a push along the night path. Night path. You know. Do you remember when a roast when what a roasting I gave you? Nearly had you sinking into the ground at my feet that day. Thank you, old man, for not forgetting my words. Thank you too, said Luof. If I had not come to you, then I might still have been calling myself a teacher or a student to have day. Yes, by flying to your protection, I draft myself into my pit. I am very glad instead. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the deeds. I am I am very grateful of you and of your cook. God bless the good and the noble woman you spoke. Finally, then, and I shall be indebted to you, to my drying day. But strictly speaking, if was your cook, Olga, who saved me. What is that? Who is that? When I used to come to your home to chop wood, she would to begin. Oh, you sort you. Oh, you miserly creature. There's nothing you. There's nothing for you but Rennie. And then she wouldn't sit down opposite me and grow so look into my face and weep. Oh, you unlucky man. When you where is my pleasure? What's for you in his world? And where and there will be none and there will be none of the world
come. Thank you too. What I used to come to your home to chop your. You drank. You will burn in hell. Oh, you unhappy one. And so she wouldn't would carry on. You know I that train. I can tell you how much misery or suffered, how many treasure she shed for my sake. अभी मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा मेरे टाइमर में कितने मिनट कितने आवर से मैं कर रहा हूँ 5 आवर्स हो चुके हैं टोटली। अभी मैं दिखाऊंगा भी ये पूरी चैप्टर 10 ये लास्ट पूरी बुक होने वाली है रीडिंग की। उसके मैं दूसरी बुक बिहाइव नाम की एक दूसरी बुक है वो मैं स्टार्ट करूँगा, ठीक है। वो बिहाइव की स्टार्ट करूँगा बुक। अभी मैं ये वाली जो मूवमेंट्स वाली बुक थी वो अभी मेरी फिनिश होने वाली है, बस ये लास्ट पेज का लास्ट पैरा बचा है, ठीक है। वो भी करके मैं आपको पूरा आवर दिखाऊंगा कितने मिनट बचे, कितने मतलब कितने घंटे हो चुके हैं मेरे, कितने घंटे से मैं रीडिंग कर रहा हूँ। और इसी वजह से आप मुझे लाइक करिए, कमेंट करिए और सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलिएगा। अगर आप लाइव चैट करेंगे तो आपको भी फ़ायदा होगा गिव अवे का। आई कांट टेल यू how much mystery she suffered, how many tears shed she shed for my sake. But the thief thinks was she used to chop the wood for me. Do you know, sir, that I did not chop one single sticks of wood for you? She did all. Why did save me? Why I chanced when I shoved, drinking and I cannot explain. His world has noble. However, it is time to go. How there goes the bell, Lucius, bloat and department to the galley. Oh man, भाई हो गया पूरी बुक हो गई मूवमेंट्स की। पूरी बुक में सिर्फ क्वेश्चन आंसर्स भी नहीं है, सिर्फ के सिर्फ रीडिंग करने के लिए। ओ डायमंड डी ए टू क्या लाइव बोला भाई डायमंड, थैंक यू भाई इतने सारे कमेंट्स करने के लिए, ठीक है। मूवमेंट्स की भाई पूरी बुक हो गई मेरी, जितने भी सब लोग देख रहे हो, ठीक है, पूरी बुक हो गई। अब चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं इसकी मूवमेंट्स बुक बिहाइव की, ठीक है। हाँ यार, अब मैं पहले आपको दिखा देता हूँ कि मैंने कितने मिनट या कितने आवर हो चुके हैं मेरे, दिखा लेता हूँ मैं, रुकिए आपको आवर दिखा देता हूँ। आइए मैं आवर दिखा दूँ पहले आपको, मेरे कितने आवर हो चुके हैं। सी यार, सी ब्रो, सी 5 आवर्स कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं। अभी मैं सही से आपको दिखा देता हूँ। सी 5 आवर्स 8 मिनट 6 सेकेंड एंड और चल रहे हैं। मैं रोक देता हूँ क्योंकि मैं रीडिंग कर नहीं रहा हूँ अभी। 5 आवर्स 8 मिनट एंड 12 सेकेंड्स हो चुके हैं, ठीक है। तो 5 आवर्स 8 मिनट और 12 सेकेंड्स हो चुके हैं और भी मैं करूँगा अभी, ठीक है, आपको दिखाना था इसलिए। तो चलिए अब फिर से मैं स्टार्ट करता हूँ। ठीक है, पहले सेटअप कर लेता हूँ। 5 आवर्स हो चुके हैं। चैलेंजिंग टू फुकरे इंसान, अगर आप ये भी चैलेंज पूरा कर सकते हैं। आपने बहुत चैलेंजेस पूरे किए, मैंने देखा। आपने एक वीडियो में मुझे भी पूछा था कि आपको अलग कोई भी चैलेंज आपसे करवाना है तो आप
कर सकते हैं कमेंट। तो अब मैंने एक आपकी वीडियो बना ली पूरी, यदि आप चैलेंज कर सकते हो तो कर लो, ठीक है। ये चैलेंज करके दिखाओ भाई, बहुत टफ चैलेंज है। तो सबसे पहले बीहाइव की बुक, बीहाइव की बुक अब मैं ओपन करने जा रहा हूँ, ठीक है। तो बीहाइव आ गई बुक मेरे पास, बीहाइव की 5 hours 8 minutes and 12 seconds हो चुके हैं। अब ये बीहाइव की बुक में मूवमेंट की बुक पूरी रीडिंग हो चुकी है मेरी, विदाउट क्वेश्चन आंसर। मूवमेंट में कोई भी क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं है। और ये बीहाइव है, बीहाइव में थोड़ा बहुत क्वेश्चन आंसर है, ठीक है। चलिए पहले स्टार्ट करता हूँ। खड़े होकर रीडिंग करने भाई बहुत टफ है भाई। लाइक शेयर और कमेंट जरूर कर दीजिएगा, लाइव चैट्स में आप जरूर करिए, वरना आपको गिव अवे मिस हो सकता है। मैंने 2 बार गिव अवे किए हैं, आप अगर नहीं देखा तो वीडियो देख सकते हैं आप, जिसमें 2.1 के व्यूज आए हैं, उसमें आप देख लीजिएगा। 1.1 के और 2.1 के उसमें देख लीजिएगा। तो पहला चैप्टर है द फन दे हैड। पहले हम क्या कहते हैं वो मैं चला दिए टाइमर, उसके बाद मैं रीडिंग करना स्टार्ट करता हूँ। मैंने टाइमर चला दिया है। द फन दे हैड, द स्टोरी we the story we shall read is set in the future when books and schools as we know now known, when will prepare not accept, how will children study. The diagram below may give you some ideas. Learn in the pairs discuss the 3 items that you like best about your school, and 3 beings about your school that you would like to change. Write them down. Have you ever read words on a television or the computer screen? Can you imagine a time when all the books will be on the computer and there will be no books printed on the paper? Would you like such books better? Margin. Evan wrote about it that night in her Delhi. On the page here 17 May 20 2157, she wrote, "Today, Tommy found a real book. It was a said that when he was a little boy, his grandfather told him that there was a time when all stories were printed on paper. They turned the pages which were yellow and scribbly, and this was a fearful, funny to read words that stood still inserts to moving the way they were supposed to on a screen, you know. And then when they turned black to the page before it had the same word on it he had when they read it the first time. He said, Tommy, what's the waste? When you are going through with the book, you just throw it away. I guess a television screen must have had a million books on it, and it's a good for plenty more. Plenty more. I wouldn't throw it away. Same with mine, said Margie. She said Evan and had not seen as many telebook as Tommy had. He had 13. She said, where did you find it?
because he was busy reading in the Arctic. Because it about school, Margie was scornful. School. What dare to write about school? I hate school. Margie away hated school, but how she hated it more than clever the mechanical teacher that 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 been giving her test after test in geography, and she had been going worse and worse until her mother had shaken her head so full and sent to the country inspector. She had he was a round little man with a red face and a whole book of the tool with dial and the wires. He smiled at Margie and gave her an apple. He wouldn't he would not know how to put it together again, but he knew how all right. And after an hour or so, there it was again, large and black and up early with a big screen on which all the lessons were shown and the questions were asked. That was not so bad. The part Marley hated most most was the slot. Most was the slot where she had to put homework and a test paper. She always had to write them out in a font code. They had they made her learn when she was 6 years old, and the mechanical teacher calculated the marks in no time. The inspector had smiled after he was finished and platted Margie head. He said to her mother, "It's not a little girl fault, Mr. Jones. I think I think the geography sector was treated a little too quiet. Who's this happened something? I I will sort it up to an average teen year level. Ac- Actually, the overlay pattern of the her quite satisfactorily, and he flattened Marky heard again. The blanket out complimentary, so she said to Tommy, "Why would anyone write about school?" So she said to Tommy, "Why would anyone write about school?" Tommy looked at her with very superior eyes because it is not because it is her with very superior eyes because it is not a kind of school stupid. This is the old kind of school that they had hundred of years ago. He added loftify the world careful. Century ago, Margie was hunt. Well, I don't know what kind of school they had all that time ago. She read the book over his shoulder for a while, then said, "Anyway, they had a teacher. Sure, they had a they had a teacher, but it was not regular teacher. It was a man. A man. How could not man be a teacher? Well, he just told the boy and the girl. The question and a man is not a man is not smart enough. Sure, he is my father. No, has much teacher. He know almost as much I betcha. Marge was not prepared to dispute that. She said, I would not want to strangle a man, stranger man, man in my house to teach me. Tommy scratched. They had to special building and all the kind went here. I did not say I did not like it. Marley said quickly. She was not Marley's school. Marley looked up. Not yet, Mama. Now, said Mr. Jones. And it is probability time for Tommy too. Margie said to Tommy, can I read the book some more with you after school? Maybe, he said nonchalantly. He walked away. Dusty old book tucked behind his arm. Marley went into the schoolroom. It was the right away whistless the dusty old book tucked beneath her arm. Margie went into the schoolroom. It was right. It was right. Next to her bedroom, and the mechanical teacher was on one waiting for her. It was always on at the same time, day except Saturday and Sunday. The mechanical teacher was flashing on the screen because her mother said little girl learned better if lesson is on the additional of the purpose factors. Please insert yesterday homework in the paper slot. Margie said so with a sigh. She was thinking about the old school they had when her grandfathers was a little boy. All the kind from the whole neighborhood neighborhood came, laughing and shouting in the. She was thinking about the school, the shouting, homework, and talked about it. and the teacher were people. The mechanical teacher was flashing on the screen when we add fractration 1 upon 2 and 1 upon 4. Margaret was thinking about how the kids must love must have loved it in the old days. She was thinking about the have loved the old days. She was thinking about the fun they had. Chapter 2. The road not taken. Two roads traveled in a yellow wood, and the sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it went in the undergrowth. Then took the under just as fair, and perhaps having perhaps the truth the better claim because it was glacially and wanted wear. Through has for that the passing there that one had warned them really about the same, and other and morning the troubled on the way I doubt if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sign somewhere ages hence, and looked would and I look and one less travel by, and that had made all the differences. Chapter 2, Part 2. Rush hour crowd just for portion on the underground train transformed a slight girl looking younger than her. The the approaching train, it was her first day at the particular Royal Academy of Music in London, and doubting enough for any teenager. Flash, a bigger challenge than most, she was proudly deaf. the royal and the teenager, the bigger challenge than most. She was the night ever while while Elif managed to conceal her growing driftiness from friends and teacher. But by the time she was 11, her mark had deteriorated and her mastermind mastermistress on her parents to take her to a it was it was then discovered that her hearing was as a result of gradual nerve damage. They were advised that she should be fitted with hearing aids and sent to a school for the fitted for the draft. Everything could not look black, say Evel third, but Elev was not going to keep up. She was determined to lead a normal life and pursues her interest in music. One day she noticed a girl playing a xylophone and decided that she wanted to play it too. Most of the teacher discouraged her, but perplexed Ron, the drum to different noticed. Don't listen through your ear, he would say. Try to sense it some other way. Say 11. She never looked back. Never looked back. She organized for the royal advertisement. She organized for the Royal Academy of the Music and scored one of the highest marks of the in the history. She she gradually moved 3-year course. She had captured most of the top award. irregularly suddenly, and for all this, Evelyn would not. The thousand instruments and he tricked international secret. It was intrigued in a 2 hour discussion. She never missed a word. A man with bushy beard at, in a 2 hour discussion. She never missed a word. Man with bushy give, give me trouble. She laughed. Is not it is not just watching the lips. It's the whole face. Excepting the eyes. She speak fluentness like with a Scottish lip. My speech is clear because I could not hear it till I was 11. She how she managed to learn French and master basic Japanese. As for music, she explained, it goes in through every part of the body. It's tuning in the skin. My cheekbones, the in my hair. When she played the xylophone, she can sense the sound passing up the stick into her fingerlips. While learning against the drums, she can also the recognized flowing into flowing into her body on a wooden platform. She can feel the recognized flowers into her on the on a wooden platform. She removes her shoes so that the vibration pass through her bare feet and her hands. Not surprising, Emily delighted her audience in 1991. She was presented with the Royal Philippines Society, but he has given her back something extraordinary. He said extraordinary what we hear. She feel for more deeply than any of you. That is why she expression Music was beautiful. That she is often harder. That classic musical. 5 minutes break. I'm going to take it. Sorry. The ever children says that is a shining impression of dark children. She they see that there is nowhere that they cannot go. Glennie has already accounted more that most people twice her front of the orchard and dominated that it can be very moving. She had given instruction to those who are handicapped people who look to her and say if can do it can and not be least she has given the vision to millions. The sound of the Shehnai began to the considerate, and for this reason it is still played in temples and is and in the part the Shehnai was part of the Naubat or traditional of the 9 instruments found at Royal Count. Till recently, it was used only in temple and the wedding. The credit, the bringing the instrument onto the classical stage goes to Ustad Bismillah Khan. As a 5-year-old, Bismillah Khan played gilli danda near a pond in a ancient on the nearby Bihar Lodge. Break. 1 minute break. तुम्हारा ना चेहरा काला आ रहा है रोशनी। इसकी मेज के नीचे घुसो। As a 5-year-old, Bismillah Khan played the prize ever given the local Maharajagan. This happened 80 years ago, and the little boy has travelled far to earn the highest civilist award in the year India, the Bharat Ratna. Born on 21st March 1916, Bismillah Khan belongs to a well-known family of musical from Bihar. His grandfather, Rasool Bush Khan, was the Sahnai Nawaz of the Bhojpur King Count. His father, Jagal Bal Bush, and other and other and other planet, his father, the other platinum Antichrist was also Grand Chennai player. The young boy took to musical earning in life. At the year of 3, when his mother took him to his material uncle house in Benahal, now Varanasi, Visihal was fascinated watching his uncle practice the Shehnai. Soon Bismillah starting assembly playing his uncle Ali Bush to the Vinshu temple of Benahraj where Bush was employed to play the Shehnai. Ali Bush would play the Shehnai and Bismillah would sit kept for hours on the end. Slowly he started getting lesson in the playing the instrument of wood, sit practicing throughout the day for year. To come the temple of Balaji and Mangala Mali. All the India radio in the Lucknow in 1938 come on 15th August 1947. Bismillah Khan become the first India to greet the nation with the Shehnai. He proved his heart out into Rang Safi from the Red Fort to an audience which included Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who later gave his famous trust with distinct speech. Bismillah Khan was given many memorable performances both in India and abroad. His first trip abroad was Afghanistan, where King Zahir Shah was so taken in by the maestro that he gifted him presents capital and the king of Afghanistan was not the only one to the fascinated with Bismillah music. Film director Vijay Bhatt was so impressed after hearing Bismillah played at a festival that he named a film after the instrument called Gunj Utti Shehnai. The film was to hit, and one of the Bismillah Khan composition दिल का दिल दिलोना है टूट जाना गया turned out turned out to be a nationwide sale world. Bismillah Khan ventured in film in film world. He says with impress award award and recognition came thick and fast. Bismillah Khan come the first Indian to be invited to perform at the Lincoln Central Hall in the United States of America. He also took part in the World in Montreal in the Cannes Art Festival named after him, Jahar Ustad Bismillah Khan. Chapter 3, Part 1. Wind. Wind. Wind comes softly. Don't Wind comes softly. Don't break the shuttle of the window. Don't settle papers. Don't throw down the books on the shelf. There, look what you did. You threw them all down. You tore the pages of the books. You bought. You bought rain again. You are very clever at poking for at weakling, flare, clubbing house, crumbling door, crumbling rattler, crumbling wood, crumbling bodies, crumbling flies, crumbling hearts. The wind rode, the wind rode God winnows and crushes him all. He was not do do what you tell him. Let's join the door firmly. Practice to farm the body. Make sure the heart stayed fast. Do this and the wind will be friend with us. The wind blow out weak fires. He makes strong fires, roads and the flourish. His friendship is good. We claim him every day. Chapter 3, Part 2. The Little Girl. To the little girl, he was a figure to be feared and avoided every morning before going to work. He came into her room and gave her a casual kiss, to which she responded with goodbye, father. And oh, there was a grand scenes of Lillian when she heard the noise of the carry growing feather and a panther down the long road. In the evening, when he came home, she stood near the staircase and heard his loud voice in the hall. Bring my tea into the drawing room. Has not the paper come yet? Mother, go and see if my papers are and bringing me my slipper. Crazy. Mother could call to her. If you are a good girl, you you can come would slip down the stairs. More slowing still across the hall and pause. Open the drawing room door. By that time, he had his spectacles on and looked at her over them in a way that was terrifying to the little girl. Well, Tizzy, hurry up, hurry up and pull off these boats and take them outside. Have you been a good girl today? I didn't know, father. You do not know. If you settle like that, mother will have to take take you to the doctor. She never struck with other people. Had quite giving it up, but only with father, because then she was trying so hard to say the word properly. What is the matter? What are you looking? What are you looking so wretched about? Mother, I watched you talked this child not to appear on the prime of secret here, Kiziel. Carry my teacup. Carry my teacup. Father and the mother. But the little girl always found mother reading and the father scratching out on the sofa. His head cafer on his hand, his feet on one of the best cushion, sleeping, floating, and shouldering. She sat on a stool, gravely watched him until he woke. and stretched and asked the time, then looked at her. Don't stare, don't stare so, Trizzy. You look like a little brown owl. One day, when she kept when she was kept indoor with a cold, her grandmother took her dead father birthday was next year and suggested she could she should make him a pin cushion. On the bed table she discovered a great many sheets. On the bedtime on on the fine table gathered them up tore into teeny teeny pieces and stored some papers on the table in our room. Oh yes, she said. I tore. Oh yes, she said. I tore them up for many surprise. Oh yes, she said. I tore them up for my surprise. What scrapped, mother? Come, stand down. Go to the dining table. This interest. And she was gathered down the where father was pacing pro hands behind his back. Well, he said sharply. Mother explained. He he stopped and started at the child. Did you go? Did you do? Did you do to dad? And no. She she whispered. Mother, go up to her room and fence. The did you do that? Mother go up. See that the child put to bed instead. But it was for your birthday. Down came the ruler on her little pink plum. Hour later, when grandmother had wrapped her in a shawl and rocked her in a shocking chair, the child shrunk to her sofa body. What he God what did God make father for? She suffered. Here clear, healthy darling, blow your nose. But while Alice was putting her to bed, she grew suddenly afraid. What will I do if I have a nightmare? She asked. I often I often he her bed. I can't stay in the dark. It all gets whisper. You just go to sleep, child, said Alice, putting off her shock, and you do not you wake up poor pa. But the same old nightmare claim the butter. The smiling and that full smile while she could not move, could only standing crying out, Grandma, 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 Grandma. She woke father beside her bed, a candle in his hand. What is the matter? She said. Oh, a butcher, a knife. I want Granny. He blew out the candle, bent down and caught up the child in his arm, carrying her along the passing to the big bedroom. A newspaper was on the bed. The slashed her head under his arm. The, then the dark did not matter. My legs and the get them warm, said father. Tried out. He slept. He had tore had she had tore up all his beautiful writing. She tried suddenly and sliced. What is the matter? Asked her father. Another dream. Oh, said the little girl. My head on your heart. I can I can hear it going. What a big heart. You are Godfather dream. It's got a 6 hour. Uh, Completed a 6 hour. Going to some rest, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I'm coming from the rest of the 5 minutes. Okay. I'm pausing the timer and bye.
Chapter 4, शायद chapter 4 ही है, देखना। Chapter 4 part, first part, rain on the roof. अब मैं टाइमर ऑन कर दूँ। When the mid shadow over all the stair stairs, all the ministry bought to bless the pillow, all the pattern of the listening of the pattern of the short rain overhead. Every twinkle on the shingles has an echo in the heart, and 1,000 dreams translating into fusy being started. And 1,000 realization bears his air straight into wolf as I listen to a pattern of a rain of the roof. Now in memory comes my mother as she used in a year ago. She regarded the left them till the drums as I listened to the which is played upon the wrinkles by the pattern by the rain. Chapter 4 A truly beautiful mind. First part. Albert Einstein was born on 14 March 1879 in the German city of Ulm without any institution that he was destined for greatness. As at the age of the 2.5, Einstein still was not talking when he finally did learn to speak. He everything twice. Einstein did not know what to do with other children, and his playmates called him brother boring. So the youngster played by himself. Much of the time he especially loved mechanical toys. Looking at the newborn sister Maja, he is said to have said, "Fine, but where are
her vehicles. A headmaster once told his father, "What a professional wouldn't matter because he will never make a success at anything." Einstein began learning to play the violin at the age of 6 because his mother wanted him to. He later became a gifted amateur violinist, maintaining his skill thoughtful his life. But Albert Einstein was not a bad purple. He went to high school in Munich, where Einstein's family was moved when he was 15 months old and scored good marks in almost every subject. Einstein hated the school regimentation and often clashed with his teacher. At the age of 15, Einstein fled so swiftly. There, the teacher, the previous year, Einstein's parents had moved to Million and left their son with relatives. Other progressive discussion, Einstein got his wish to continue his education in German-speaking Switzerland. Finishing school, he decided to study at a university in Zurich, but science was not the only thing that applied to the dashing young man. The various he also fed a special internet in a fellow student, Miliver Marie, whom he found to be a clever creation. His young son, that could be Switzerland, because the university in Zurich was one of the few in Europe even women could get degree. Einstein saw in her an ally against the Philippines. Those people in his family and the, at the university with the whom he was conflicting at odds. The couple fell in love. Later, several in which affectation into words, mixing science with tenderness, wrote Einstein, "How happy and proud I shall when we both have bought a work on relativity in 1900. At the age of 21, Albert Einstein was a university graduate. He worked as a teaching assistant, gave private lesson, and finally secured a job in 1902 as a technical expert in the developing his own ideas in secret. He is said to have joking called his desk driver at the work of Burium of theoretic physics. Albert Einstein's new personal chapter coincided with his rise to world fame. In 1950, he had published his journal Theory of Relativity, which provide a new interpretation of gravity and the sun. In the 1919 got proof that it was accurate. Einstein has correctly calculated in advance the extent to which the fixed star would be definited. Einstein received the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1921. He was shown with horrible an invitation from all the over the world and launched by the press. When Einstein died in 1955 at the age of 76, he was celebrated as a visionary, the world citizen, as much as a scientific genius. Chapter 5, Part 1. The lake is of Innisfree. I will arise and grow and go to Innisfree. And a small cabin built there of clay, and the weighted made 9 bean row with I have there a hive for the honeybee and live alone in the beloved grade, and I shall have some piece of peace there for peace wood dropping from the wells of the morning to where the cricket their midnights of the glimmer and the noon a purple glow and the evening full of the linen winds. Chapter 5, Part 2. The snakes at the mirror. Has a snake ever coiled itself round any part of your body? A full blooded cobra. All of us fell silent. The question came from the home path. The topic came up when we were discussing snakes. We listened attentively as a doctor con- continued with his tale. It was a hot summer night, about 10 o'clock. I had my mental at the restaurant and returned to my room. I heard a noise from above as I opened the door. The sound was the familiar one. One could say that the rat and I shared the room. I took out my box of matches and lighted the kerosene lamp on the table. The house was not electrified. It was a small rented room. I had just set up medical practices and my earning my earning were regal. I had about 60 rupees in my suitcase along with some shirts and dhoti. I also proposed only socialized black coat which I was then wearing. I took off my black coat, white shirt, and not so white vest and hung them up. I opened the two windows in the human. It was an outer. It had a tiled roof with long separated craft that rested on a beam over the wall, where there was no ceiling. There was a regular traffic of rats to and from the beam. There was no ceiling. There was a regular traffic of rats to and from the beam. The maid, I made my bed and pulled it close to the wall. Went out to the veranda for a little air, but the wind God seemed to have taken time off. I went back into the room and I sat down on the chair. I opened the box, returned and the book table and the told out a book. The Meritria Medica. I opened it at the table on which stood the lamp and a large mirror. A small comb lay beside the mirror. 5 minutes break. I'm going to take it. Again I heard the sound from above. I I took a close look at my face in the mirror. I made an important decision. I would save daily and grow. I took a close look on my face in my mirror. I made an important decision. I would shave the daily, the handsome. I I took more handsome. I was after all a bachelor and a doctor. I looked into the mirror and I smiled. It was an attractive smile. I made another earth-shaking decision. I would always keep the attraction smile on my face to look more handsome. I was often I was after all the heller and a doctor took on top of it. Again, again came that noise from above. I did not know anything for certain. What sex was this snake? Was it male or female? I was never know, for the snake unwound itself from my arm and slowly slid into my lap. From there, it cracked under the table and moved towards the mirror. Perhaps, perhaps it wanted to enjoy its reflection at closer quantity. It was no mer's image cut in granite. I was certain of smash. From there I leap into a Cleo. Each of us had a sign of relief. Relief somebody. Ask doctor, is your is your wife very fast? No, the doctor said. God whistled. Otherwise, my life compressor is the thin, ready person with the gift of the splitter. Someone else asked doctor, when you ran, did the snake follow you? The doctor replied, I ran and ran till I reached a friend's house. Immediately I swam oil, oil all over myself and took a bath. I changed into fresh cloth the next morning. At I I took my friend and one of or two other to my room to move my things from there, but we found we had little to carry. Some thief had removed most of my things. The room had been cleared out, but not really. The thief that leaf asked, I am the thing at the final institute. What was that? I asked the doctor. The doctor said, my vest, the dirty one. The fellow, some such a sense of cleanness. The wrinkle, my vest, the dirty one. And the fellow, that such a sense of cleanness, the wrinkle could have taken it and used it after washing it with the soap and the water.
Did you see the snake the next day, doctor? The doctor laughed. I have never seen it since. It was the snake which was taken with its own beauty. 5 minutes, I'm going to take it. Chapter 6, Part 1. A lizard to the Northland. Away in the Northland, where the hours of the day are few, and the night are so long in winter that they cannot sleep them thought. Where they harmless, the swift render to the slither when it's sure, and the children look like beer cup in their funny furry clothes. They tell them a story. I don't believe it true, and yet you may learn a lesson if I tell the tale to you. Once, once, when the good Saint Peter lived at the world below and walked about it, praying, just as the did you know. She came to the door of a cottage in traveling around the earth, where a little woman was making cake.
and baking them on the heart. And being fed with fasting of the days he asked her from her store of cake to give him a single one. Then she took a tiny scrap of dough. Then good scent, then the good scent Peter. I'm going to take the second book, The Beehive, half done. I don't want to read this book so more. I'm going to take the third book. Okay, I'm coming to from taking the book. In our country, there are 12 major rivers basin and the 8 composite river basin. Rain agriculture, the water management, the advantages of irrigation. And in agriculture, irrigation fulfills the crop plants are irrigated. The crop plants are irrigated from growth and the development of the crop plant. The irrigation of the crop yield is necessary. The moisture Some other advantages of irrigation: the crop based irrigation, soil based irrigation, irrigation system, canal system. Canal In the canal system, the human made canal receive water from one or other rivers. Irrigation system. The canal system. In the canal system, the human made canal received water the main canal is distriction. The water delivered method. The river valley system and the drip and the sprinkle system. Crop plant pattern, mixed cropping. The objective of the mixed cropping. The basic objective of the mixed cropping is to minimize the risk and to ensure against the crop loss. Farming is an agriculture process of harnessing solar energy in the form of economic products, plants and animals. The Indian rains, the monsoon, sometimes there are the less comfortable. The basic objectives of in the mixed cropping is to minimize the risk and ensure against the crop values due to the weather condition. Criteria from our selected mixed cropping. Advantages of mixed cropping. Intercropping is the practice of growing two or more crops simultaneously in a same field in definite now pattern with the objective of increasing productivity per unit area. Mixed cropping it aims to minimize the risks. It's aimed to increase productivity per unit area. Crop rotation. If we grow a crop continuously in the same field for many years, if we grow a crop continuously in the field For many years, it resulted into various problems such as depletion, built up to diseases, and the instant sprint. Selection of crops for rotation. The crop variety improvement. The art of recognize the variable into the very important in the plant breeding. The plant and exhibit hairy trends. The two most quality of the food plant. The higher rate improvement quality, biotic and the abiotic resistance, the change in materially duration, photo installation and thermoinstallation. Going to take the third book, the fourth, you can say.
Chapter first. India is one of the ancient. Sorry. The purpose of the chapter first. The story of village Palanpur. The purpose of the story is to introduce some basic concept relating to the protection, and this we do through a story of a hypothetical village called Palampur. Farming is the main activity in Palampur. Whenever several services other manufacturing dairy transports etc. are carried out on the limited scale. These these production activities need various types of resources, natural resources, man-made resources, human efforts, money, etc. As we read, as we read through the story of Palampur, we will learn how the various resources combine to produce the we will learn how various resources combine to produce the district food as we read through the story of the Palampur.
Palampur is well connected with neighbored village and town Rajganj, a big village in 3 kilometers from Palampur, and all weather read contact the village to Rajganj and further on to go the nearest small town of Saharanpur. Many kind of transport are visible on this road, starting from the bullock cart, tongus, wooden cart, 450. This village has about 450 families belongs to several different castes. The 80 upper caste families own the majority of the land in the villages. These houses, some of them quite large, the villages has these houses, some of this quite large, are made of bricks with cement plastings. The SCS Dalits comprise of the third of the population and live in one corner of the village and in much smaller house, some of which are of mud and straw. Most of the houses have electric connection. There is a primary health center run by the government and the one private disappearing dispensary where the sick are treated. The description above shows that Palampur has fairly well developed system of roads, transports, electricity, irrigation, schools and health center. Compare these facilities with those in your nearby villages. The story of Palampur, an imaginary village, will take up through the different types of protection activities in the village across India. Farming is the main the protection activities. The other production activities different to has non-farm activities include some manufacturing, transport, shop keeping, etc. We shall take a look at both these types of activities. Journal thinks about protection, organization of production. The arm of production is to produce the goods of the service that we want. There are four requirements of production of goods and services. The first requirement is land and the other natural resources such as water, forest, minerals. The second requirement is laborers, example people who will do the work. Some production activities require highly educated workers to perform the necessary tasks. Other activities require workers who can do manual work. Each worker is providing the labors necessary for production. The third requirement is physical capital. Example, the variety of inputs requirement are every stages during production that are the items that come under physical capitals. Tools, machine, buildings, tools and mechanicals. The simply tools such as the farmer plow to the sophisticated machines such as generators, turbines, computers, etc. Tool mechanicals during buildings can be fixed capital. Raw material are called fixed capital. 7 are done. 5 or 10 minutes break. I am going to take it after 1 hour. Okay, bye bye.
money in hand production requires a variety of raw materials such as the yarn used by the weaving, and the clay used by the potter. Also, some money is always required during production to make payment the buy other necessary items. Raw material and the money in hand are called working capital. Unlike tools, machines, and buildings, these are used up to production. This is a fourth requirement too. You will need knowledge and enterprise to be able to put together land, labors, and a physical capital and produce an output either to use yourself or to sell in the market. These things is called human capital. We shall learn more about human capital in the next chapter. In the picture, identify the land, labors, and the fixed capital used in production. Every production is organized by combining land, labors, physical capital, and human capital, which are known as factors of production. As we read through the story of Palampur, we will learn more about the first three factories of production. For conversion, we will first to the physical capital as the capital in this chapter. Land is fixed. Farming is the main production activity in Palampur. 75% of the people who are working are dependent on farming for laborers. The well-being of these people is closely related to production on the farm. But remember that there is a basic concentration in raising farm production. Land area under cultivation is practicing fixed since 1960 in Palampur. There has been no expression in land area under cultivation. By then, some of the wasteland in the village had been converted to the cultivated land. There exists no further scope to increase farm production by bringing new land under cultivation. In this way,
one can grow more from the same land. In the kind of crop grown and facilities available in Palampur would resemble a village of the western part of the citizen of the Uttar Pradesh. All land is cultivated in Palampur. No land is left idle. During the rainy season, Kharif farmers grow tuber and bajra. These plants are used as cattle feed. It is followed by cultivation of potato between October and December in the winter season. Rabi wheat are grown with wheat from the wheat production farmers. Sell the surplus wheat at the market of Rajganj. A part of the land area is also devoted devoted to sugarcane, which is harvested once every year. Sugarcane in its raw form or as jaggery in old to traders in Shahjahanpur. The main reason why farming are able to grow these three different crops in the year in Palampur is due to the well developed system of irrigation. Electricity came early to Palampur. Its major impact was to transfer the system of irrigation. Persian wheels were till then used by farmers to draw waters from the wheels and irrigate small fields. People saw that the electric runs tube wells could irrigate much larger area of land more effectively. The first few tube wells were enslaved by the government soon. However, farmers started setting up private tube wells as a result by mid 1970s.
area of 200 hectares was irrigated. To grow more than one crop of a piece of land during the year is known as multiple cropping. It is the most commonly way of increasing production as the given piece of land. All farmers in Palampur grow at least two main crops. Many are grown potatoes and the third crops in the past 15 to 20 years. Is it important to increase the area under irrigation while the increasing production from the same land is by multiple cropping. The other way is to use modern farming method for higher yield. Yield is measured as crop product, producted on a green piece of land during a single season till the mid 1960s. The seed used in cultivation were traditional ones with relatively low yield. Traditional seed needed less irrigation. Farming used to cow ducks and the other natural manure as fertilizer. All these were readily available with the farmer who did not ever have to buy them. The Green Revolution in the late 1960s introduced the Indian farmers to cultivation of wheat and rice using high yielding varieties HYBS of seed. Compared to the traditional seed, the HYB seed promised to produce much greater amount to grain on a single plant as the same piece of the land would now produce for larger quantity of food grain than was possible. Easier HYB seed, however, needed plenty of water and also chemical fertilizers. strategized to produce best result. Higher yields were possible only for a combination of HYV seed, irrigation, chemical fertilizer, pesticides, etc. Farmers of Punjab, Haryana, and Western Uttar Pradesh were the first to try out the modern farming method in India. The farmers in these regions set up tube wells of irrigation and handmade up of HYV seed, chemical fertilizers and pesticides in farming. Some of them bought farm mechanically like tractors and threshers, which made plowing and harvesting faster. They were rewarded with high yield of wheat. In Palampur, the yield of wheat grown from the traditional varieties was 1300 gram per hectare with HYV seed. The yield went up to 3400 kg per hectare. There was a large increases in the production of wheat. Farmers now had greater amount of supply wheat to sell in the markets. Will the land sustain? Being a natural resources, it is necessary to be careful in 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 it. It is necessary to be careful in it. Use scientific reports indicates that the modern farming method have overused that overused the natural resources base. In many areas, green revolution is associated with the loss of soil fertility due to increased use of chemical fertilizers. Also, continuously use of groundwater for tube wells. Irrigation has led to the depletion of the water table. Environmental resources like soil fertility and groundwater are built up over years. Once destroyed, it is very difficult to restore them. We must take care of the environment to ensure future development of agriculture. How is land dis- distributed between the farmers of Palampur? You must have realized how important land is for farming. Unfortunately, not all the people engaged in agriculture have sufficient land for cultivation. In Palampur, about one third of the 450 families are landless. Example 150 families, most of them detail have no lands for cultivation. Of the remaining families who own land, 240 families cultivate a small plot of land less than 2 hectares in size. Of the land cultivation in such plots does not being income to the farmer family. You can see the large number of small pots scratched around the village in the picture. These are cultivated by the small farmers. On the other hand, more than half of the area of the village is covered by plots that are quite large in size. In Palampur, there are 60 families of medium and large farmers who cultivate more than 2 hectares of land. A few of the large farmers have extending over 10 hectares or more. Who will provide the labors? After land, labors is the next necessary factors for production. Farming requires a great deal of hard hard work. Small farmers, along with these farming cultivation, these own field. Thus, they provide the labors required for the farming themselves. Mediums and the large farming hire farm laborers to work on their field. Crop grown on the land instead paid they are paid wages by the farmers for whom they work. Wages can be in the cash or in kind crop. Sometimes laborers get meals, also wages. Seasons to seasons, from crops to crops, from one farm activity to another, like sowing and harvesting. This is also a wide regulation as a duration implements a farm. search tourism from crops to crops, from one farm to front farm. Dala is a landless farm laborers who work on daily wages. In Palanpur, this means he must regularly look for work. The minimum wages for the farm laborer set by the government in the rupees 300 per day. March 2017, Badala get only rupees 160. There is heavily competition for work among the farm laborers in Palampur, so people agree to work for lower wages. Dala complains about the situation to Ramkali, who is another farm laborers. Both Dala and Ramkali are among the poorest people in the village. The capital needed in farming. You have already seen the modern farming method require a great deal of capital. So decided required a great deal of the capital so that the farmer now needs more money than before. Most 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 small families have to borrow money to arrange for the capital wages. The village money in the of the traders who supply various inputs for cultivation. The rate of the internet on the such loans is very high. They are put they are put to great distance to repay the loan. Sales to supply. Let us suppose that the farmers have produced wheat on their land using the three factors of the production. The wheat is harvested and production is complete. What do the farming do with the wheat? Who carts steaming into the market each carrying loads of wheat. The traders of the market buying thus further to shopkeepers in the towns and the cities. Tejpal Singh, the large farmer and a sweeper of 350 quantities of wheat. The large farmer has a surplus of 350 quantities of the wheat from all his hand. He sells the at sulfur wheat at the Ranjganj market and has Tejpal Singh and put most of the money in his bank account. Later, later he used the savings of lending to farmers like Capita, the farming this year. Tejpal plans to use his earning to buy other tractor. Another tractor would increase his fixed capital. Like Tejpal Singh, other the part of the earning is saved next season. The arrange of the capital for farming from this own savings. Some some farmers might also use the saving to hold cards, trunks, or to set up shops. As we shall see, these constitutes the capital, the non-farm activities. जब होगा एक दिन में सब नहीं किया जाता है रह रही तो फिर प्रैक्टिस करना आज कर लिया फिर एक दिन देखना फिर कर लेते ऐसे होता है non-farm activities and marketing have learned about farming as the production for activities and marketing and shall not take a look at some of the non-farm production has only 25% of the people working in Panapur are enhanced in activities other than agriculture. Daily the other common activities they do is the common activities in many families of the Panapur. People feed the buffaloes on the various kind of the grasses on the jahwar and the bajwa that grows during the rainy season. The milk is sold in Rajganj, is the nearby large village. Two traders from Sahalpur towns have set up collection from chilling center at Rajganj, from where the milk is transported to far away towns and cities. इसको करूँगा सोने एक दिन में सब नहीं किया धीरे धीरे प्रैक्टिस किया At present, less than 50 people are enhanced in manufacturing in Palampur. Unlike the manufacturing that takes places in the big factories in the towns and the cities. Manufacturing in the Palakpur involves very simple production method and are done on the small scales. They are carried out mostly at the home and the fields with the help of the family's neighbors. Rarely are labored out. People involved in trades are not many in Palampur. The traders, the Palampur are shocked who buy various goods from wholesale markets in the cities and the sell them in the villages. You will see small general stores in the villages. Tea pens, bus stands have using a part of the space open small shops. They sell entabler. They, these, there are variety of vehicles on the road connecting Harapur to Rajans, jeep, tractor, the driving. They fairly people are and goods. The transport has grown over the last several years. Chapter 2 People and Resources. Break on inputs. first. The human social gain is the positive side of the large population that the gain the human societies the positive sides of the large population is the problems of the problems with food, education, also gain other indicated way because the advantages of a more educated or a more themselves were not directly educated or given health care. In fact, human capital is in one way is in one way superior to other resources. The for many individuals in India, wildlife protection has been considered a priority reserve them and present, but a large population needed not to be a bargain, bargain for the economy. It can be turned into a protective asset. The modern technicians using the scientific research has shown on the two following cases how the pupil can try to become more productive resources. In the two cases studies, we saw Texas Texas went to school as and Vilas did not go. Circus was physically strong and healthy. There was no need to him was a patient of the arthritis. He lacked the means to visit the local the local the circle founded and the early part of the life is when his life selfish like his mother felt about the investment in the land and the capital a child with investment made on her education and health can I a higher investment highly of the education of their child. This is because they have realized the importance of education for himself. They can also consequence economical activities have two parts market activities and non-market activities. Market activities can consideration and the possession of primary product on own and own account production of the fixed asset due to historical and cultural reason. There is a and the men work in the field, circle mother and the circle cook food, the circle father, the cultivators, the field sells the produce in the market and earns money for the family. The mother due to the historical and the culture reason there is a division of labor between men and the women in the family. Woman generally looks after domestic Sakshi father the cultivators the field sells the produces in the market and earn money for the family. Not recognized in the nation income. The mother of Vilas earned an income by selling fish. Thus, women the unentered the labor market, the line, the male counterpart, the determined on the basis of the educational and the skill. They have resolved to make better use of the economical opportunities available before them, and educational and the skills of the many individuals in the market. A majority of the women are paid low compared to the men. Most women job security is not there. Various activities according to 8 hours is completed. So I'm going to 15 minutes rest. 8 hours is completed with my timer. So I'm going to rest.
मम्मी अंदर थे, वो कब कहाँ घुस जाते हैं यार, और कहाँ रखते हैं?
in 2015 to 16 people and has remained strength around 3% from last few years. The budgetary limit has started with the budget appeals on union-based government around expenditure on education as the percent of GDP has declined 2.7% in 2017-2016, reflecting the literally rates have increased from 18% in 1951 to 74% in 2010-2011.
आलू में, अब इसी तरह से धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा। मसाले बन जाते हैं प्रैक्टिस करने में।